Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient stones of the Ministry of Magic's deepest chambers held secrets that even Harry Potter, after decades as head auror, had never fully unraveled. But on this cold November morning, as he stood before a pile of freshened fairy victims, their faces frozen in expressions of terror, he felt an old familiar chill one he hadn't experienced since his confrontations with Voldemort. The bodies bore strange markings, unlike anything typically associated within fairy. Instead of the usual signs of dark magic, their skin was marked with intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with a faint, sickly green light. Harry's scar, dormant for 20 years, tingled uncomfortably. "Dad, I think I've found something," called out James Potter, now a junior auror himself, from an adjacent chamber. But before Harry could respond, a silver Patronus, a fox, burst into the room. Draco Malfoy's voice, tense and urgent, echoed through the chamber. "Potter, Albus is missing. The dark magic signatures we tracked. They're connected to this. Meet me at Malfoy Manor immediately." Harry's world tilted on its axis. His youngest son, Albus Severus, had been working on a classified case involving a series of magical disturbances across Britain. Disturbances that, Harry now realized with growing horror, perfectly matched the patterns on the Inferi victims. Within minutes, Harry apparated to Malfoy Manor, the imposing building no longer the source of dark memories it once was. Draco, his once platinum hair now streaked with distinguished gray, stood in his study surrounded by ancient tomes and magical instruments. The years had transformed their childhood enmity into a grudging professional respect, particularly after Scorpius and Albus had become best friends at Hogwarts. "Someone's found a way to harvest Voldemort's residual magic," Draco said without preamble, his face grave. "The traces we've been tracking, they're not just similar to his magical signature. They are his signature, preserved somehow during the final battle." Harry's mind raced back to that fateful day at Hogwarts. But how? "His magic died with him, not all of it," Draco replied, pulling out a weathered journal. "According to my father's notes, the Dark Lord's magic was so powerful that it literally saturated the areas where he cast his strongest spells. Someone has found a way to extract and preserve these traces, and they're using young wizards as vessels to contain it." The implications hit Harry like a stunning spell. Albus was investigating those locations, and now they have him, Draco finished grimly. "Potter, they're not just creating Inferi. They're trying to create a new kind of Horcrux using living wizards as vessels for Voldemort's preserved magic. If they succeed, they'll have soldiers imbued with Voldemort's power," Harry whispered, the horror of it sinking in. "Where would they perform such a ritual?" Draco spread out an ancient map of magical Britain. "There are only a few places with enough dark magical resonance to contain such power. Given the magical signatures we've tracked," his finger landed on a familiar location. "The Chamber of Secrets." Harry's heart clenched. Of course, where better to attempt to resurrect Voldemort's power than in Slytherin's ancient chamber. The place where a piece of Voldemort's soul had once nearly returned to life. They assembled a small team: Harry, Draco, James, and Scorpius, who had followed his father's footsteps into magical law enforcement. Hermione, now Minister of Magic, provided them with experimental magical detectors calibrated to trace Voldemort's unique magical signature. Entering Hogwarts under the cover of night, they made their way to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The entrance to the chamber opened with Harry's parseltongue, a skill he had retained even after Voldemort's death, having used it so often during his youth that it had become part of his own magical identity. The chamber had changed. Dark crystals pulsed with sickly light along the walls, each one containing what appeared to be swirling fragments of preserved spells. At the center, where the basilisk had once lain, stood an elaborate ritual circle. Albus was bound within it, unconscious but alive, surrounded by 7 dark-robed figures. The leader held a crystal that glowed with particular malevolence. "The son of the chosen one," the leader intoned, lowering his hood to reveal a face Harry didn't recognize. What better vessel to house the Dark Lord's power? The very blood that defeated him will now help restore him. Stupefy. Harry's spell shot out, but the crystal in the leader's hand absorbed it hungrily. "Potter," the man smiled. "Right on time. We've spent years collecting these fragments, distilling them, waiting for the perfect moment. Your son's power, combined with these preserved fragments of the Dark Lord's magic, will create something new. Something unstoppable." The battle that followed was chaos. The dark wizards had crafted shields using Voldemort's preserved magic, making them nearly impenetrable to normal spells. But they hadn't counted on one crucial detail: Draco's intimate knowledge of dark magic combined with Harry's pure magical strength. While James and Scorpius engaged the cultists, Draco and Harry combined their magic in a way they had discovered years ago during a particularly difficult case. Draco's spell, designed to disrupt dark magical artifacts, merged with Harry's Expecto Patronum. The resulting blast of pure, white gold light shattered the crystals one by one. The leader, desperate, attempted to force the ritual to completion, pressing the final crystal against Albus's chest. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. The preserved magic within the crystal reacted violently with the protection that still lingered in Harry's bloodline, the same ancient protection his mother had once given him, which he had passed to his children. The crystal exploded in a shower of magical energy. When the dust settled, the cultists lay unconscious, their dark artifacts destroyed. Albus was weak but unharmed, protected by the very thing that had saved Harry so many years ago: love, encoded in his very blood. In the aftermath, as Aurors swarmed the chamber and began rounding up the cultists, Harry held his son close, feeling the echo of his mother's sacrifice still resonating through generations. Draco stood nearby, one hand on Scorpius's shoulder, his face showing the same relief Harry felt. "We'll need to check all the locations where he fought during the final battle," Draco said quietly. "Ensure no more fragments of his magic remain." Harry nodded, looking at their son's former school rivals like their fathers, now partners and friends. "We'll do it together." All of us. The Chamber of Secrets fell silent once more, but this time its darkness had been definitively banished, not by raw power or ancient magic, but by the combined strength of former enemies standing together and the enduring protection of a mother's love that continued to echo through time, stronger than any dark magic could ever be. As they left the chamber, Harry's scar had stopped tingling entirely. Whatever fragments of Voldemort's power had remained in the world were now truly gone. The past was finally, completely, laid to rest. Story 2. The morning sunlight streaming through Hogwarts' ancient windows usually brought the portraits to life with their usual chatter and movement. But on this particular autumn morning, an unsettling silence emanated from behind the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. Minerva McGonagall's Patronus had found Harry Potter at his breakfast table, her usually composed voice trembling. "Harry, come quickly. Albus's portrait. It's empty." And there's something else. Within minutes, Harry stood in the circular office where he had spent so many evenings as a student. The familiar silver instruments still whirred and puffed, but the usual warmth of the room had been replaced by an eerie chill. Where Dumbledore's portrait should have been showing the old headmaster peacefully dozing in his chair, there was only an empty painted backdrop. In all of Hogwarts history, McGonagall said, her Scottish brogue thick with concern, no portrait has ever simply vanished. But look at what we found. She handed Harry a piece of parchment, the edges crumbling with age. On it, in Dumbledore's unmistakable handwriting, was a series of runes that seemed to shift and change as Harry watched. I've already contacted Hermione, McGonagall continued. As Minister of Magic, she needs to be informed, but more importantly, she gave Harry a knowing look. We need her expertise. Hermione arrived moments later through the Flu network, her ministerial robes slightly dusted with ash. James and Lily Potter, who had been in their 7th and 5th years respectively at Hogwarts, were called to the office as well. If there was one thing Harry had learned over the years, it was that Potter family magic often worked best when combined. These aren't just any runes, Hermione said, her eyes scanning the parchment. They're keys to a mapping spell, similar to the Marauder's map, but far more complex. And look at this symbol in the corner. It's the unified mark of all for founders. As she spoke the words, the parchment began to glow. The runes rearranged themselves, forming a message. Beneath the heart of where we for once stood lies truth in stone and ancient blood. When time demands the veil be torn, seek the chamber where magic was born, the Chamber of Secrets. Lily suggested, but Harry shook his head. No, that was Slytherin's alone. This speaks of all for founders. His eyes widened with sudden understanding. The Great Hall, it's the only place in the castle where all 4 houses come together, where the founder's vision truly unified. That night, after the students had been sent to their dormitories, Harry led a small group into the Great Hall. The enchanted ceiling reflected a clear, star-filled sky, but the usual floating candles were dark. Hermione, James, and Lily stood at his sides, while McGonagall watched the entrance. The heart of where they 4 once stood, Hermione mused, looking at the staff table. Harry, where exactly did the founders sit when they first opened Hogwarts? Using a complex revealing charm developed by Hermione years ago, they projected an image of the original Great Hall. 4 ornate chairs appeared as ghostly outlines, arranged not in a line like the current staff table, but in a perfect square. The center, James whispered. The heart would be the center. As they moved to the exact center point between the 4 spectral chairs, the floor began to change. Ancient stones shifted and rearranged themselves, revealing a spiral staircase that descended into darkness. The chamber they discovered below took their breath away. It was perfectly circular, with 4 archways corresponding to the cardinal directions. Between them, the walls were covered in flowing script that seemed to be written in pure light. In the center stood a pedestal, and upon it, a sphere of swirling magic that pulsed with all for house colors. The founder's nexus, Hermione gasped. I've read theories about its existence, but a familiar voice filled the chamber. Well done, Harry. They turned to see Dumbledore's portrait hanging on one of the walls, his blue eyes twinkling as ever. I had hoped you would solve the puzzle when the time came. Professor, Harry stepped forward. What is this place? This, Harry, is where Hogwarts truly began. The 4 founders created this chamber as both the source and safeguard of the castle's magic. The sphere you see before you can nullify all magic within 1,000 miles of failsafe, should dark magic ever threaten to overwhelm Britain's magical community. But why show us now? Hermione asked. Because, Dumbledore's expression grew grave, there are those who believe our world should no longer remain hidden. They seek to expose magic to muggles, not out of malice, but misguided idealism. They believe unity is the only path forward. But such exposure, especially in today's age of instant communication, would be catastrophic As if in response to his words, the sphere pulsed more intensely. Magical readings from the ministry, delivered by a rapid series of paper airplane memos, confirmed what they feared. Someone was already trying to breach the international statute of secrecy on an unprecedented scale. What followed was a race against time. Harry, Hermione, and their children worked to decipher the Founder's protections while a group of extremists, led by a former unspeakable, attempted to trigger a magical event so massive it couldn't be hidden or explained away. The final confrontation came as dawn broke over Hogwarts. The extremists had managed to infiltrate the chamber, but they hadn't counted on one crucial detail. The Founder's magic recognized the intent of those who entered. As the group attempted to manipulate the sphere, the chamber's defenses activated. The true purpose of having Harry's children present became clear. Just as Hogwarts had once responded to the unity of its houses, the sphere responded to the combined magic of 3 generations of wizards working in harmony. Harry, James, and Lily, their spells unified by the bonds of family and the legacy of sacrifice that ran through their bloodline, managed to stabilize the sphere and strengthen the magical barriers protecting their world. In the aftermath, as the extremists were taken into custody, Dumbledore's portrait explained one final truth. The Founders knew that magic must sometimes be protected from those who would misuse it, even with good intentions. But they also knew that true protection comes not from power, but from wisdom passed down through generations. The Founders' nexus was sealed once more, its location known only to a select few. But its discovery had reinforced what Harry had learned so many years ago, that magic's greatest strength lies not in its ability to change the world, but in its power to bring people together, to bridge generations, and to protect the delicate balance between the magical and mundane worlds. As Harry watched his children discussing the chamber's mysteries with Hermione, he felt a profound sense of continuity. The legacy of Hogwarts, of Dumbledore, and of all those who had protected their world would live on through them. And somewhere above, in the Great Hall, students were gathering for breakfast, blissfully unaware of how close they had come to having their world forever changed. Story 3. The Auror lay motionless in street. Mungo's, her eyes open but unseeing, trapped in what the healers called an unprecedented form of magical coma. She was the 7th victim this month. Harry Potter stood at her bedside, his weathered face reflecting in the window that showed London's gloomy winter sky. Something about her vacant expression tugged at ancient memories of cold, of despair, of happiness being drained away. "It's like a Dementor's kiss," he murmured, "but different." Deeper, Hermione, who had taken time away from her ministerial duties to examine the case personally, nodded grimly. "The victims aren't just losing their happy memories, Harry. They're losing their dreams, their hopes, their very capacity to imagine a future." The investigation had begun 3 weeks ago when the first Auror was found catatonic after investigating reports of strange shadows in the Department of Mysteries. Initially, they'd suspected a cursed artifact. But as more victims appeared across Britain, all powerful wizards and witches, all left in the same dream-locked state, a pattern emerged that chilled Harry to his core. That evening, in the newly renovated Grimmauld Place, Harry called an emergency meeting of the old D.A. members. Luna Lovegood, who had become an expert in magical creatures previously thought mythical, arrived first. Her silver eyes held their usual dreamlike quality, but there was an urgency in her voice Harry had rarely heard. "They're called Somnivarax," she said without preamble. "The Dream Eaters. The ancestors of Dementors. Father found references to them in Merlin's lost journals, but we always thought they were extinct." The gathered group listened intently as Luna explained. Unlike Dementors, who fed on happiness and positive memories, Somnivarax consumed the very essence of imagination and possibility, the raw material of magic itself. They had been Merlin's original creation, meant to guard the boundaries of the magical world by feeding on dark wizards' capacity to imagine new curses and hexes. But something went wrong Luna continued. They began to feed indiscriminately. Merlin transformed them into Dementor's lesser beings, capable of being controlled. The originals were sealed away in a realm between dreams and reality. So what changed? Ginny asked, her hand tightly gripping Harry's. Why are they back now? The answer came from an unexpected source. Draco Malfoy, who had been quietly assisting the Auror office for years, stepped forward with an ancient text. The alignment, he said simply. Every 1,000 years, the barriers between magical realms thin. The last time was during Merlin's age. And now, understanding dawned on Harry's face. They're breaking free. But why target Aurors specifically? Because Aurors dream in magic, Luna whispered. Your training, your constant vigilance, you live and breathe magic more purely than most. You're like beacons to them. The solution, when it came, was both ancient and new. The Patronus charm had evolved from Merlin's original spell to contain the Somniferax. But a single Patronus, no matter how powerful, wouldn't be enough. They needed something more, a synchronized casting, drawing on the combined force of multiple wizards' happiest memories and brightest dreams. Over the next week, Harry and the surviving members of Dumbledore's army practiced a modified version of the Patronus charm. Luna, working with Hermione, developed a way to link their spells through an enchanted circle, similar to ancient druidic rituals. The timing had to be perfect. The Somniferax would be most vulnerable during the peak of the alignment, when they were fully manifested in our realm. The confrontation took place in the Department of Mysteries, where the veil between worlds was thinnest. The Somniferax appeared as shadows darker than darkness itself, their forms constantly shifting, leaving trails of frost and despair in their wake. The air grew heavy with the weight of lost dreams and fading hopes. Now, Harry's voice rang out. Expecto Patronum Maxima. A dozen voices spoke as one. A dozen wands moved in perfect synchronization. The room filled with silver light as Patronuses took form: Harry's stag, Hermione's otter, Ron's terrier, and many more. But instead of charging individually, they merged into a single being of pure light. It was a Patronus unlike any ever seen, a creature that seemed to embody all their combined hopes and dreams. The Somniferax recoiled, but didn't retreat. They fought back with waves of despair so intense that several D.A. members fell to their knees. Harry felt his own grip on happiness slipping, the memory of his children's laughter growing distant. Then Luna's voice rang out, clear and dreamy as ever. Don't fight the despair, transform it. Like Merlin did. Our dreams aren't just happy memories, they're hope for the future, even in dark times. Understanding flooded through the group. Their unified Patronus shifted, absorbing the darkness rather than fighting it. The Somniferax, caught in their own transformed energy, began to change. Their shadowy forms solidified, becoming more defined, more controllable like Dementors, but ancient and wise. In the aftermath, as the transformed creatures retreated to designated magical sanctuaries, the victims began to wake. The Aurors remembered their ordeal as a distant nightmare, but their dreams and hopes remained intact, perhaps even stronger for having been tested. Luna explained that the transformed Somniferax would serve as guardians once more, but this time with purpose and control. They would help protect the magical world's boundaries, working in harmony with wizard kind rather than feeding indiscriminately. As Harry stood in his office later that night, watching his Patronus prance around the room, he reflected on how the nature of protection had changed through magical history. From Merlin's harsh containment to Dumbledore's love-based defenses, to this new understanding of transformation and balance. The next generation of Aurors would learn not just to cast a Patronus, but to understand the deeper magic of dreams and hope. For in the end, it wasn't just happy memories that gave them power, it was the ability to imagine a better future, even in the darkest of times. And somewhere in the Department of Mysteries, behind a door now carefully monitored, the transformed Somnivirax kept their ancient watch, no longer consuming dreams, but protecting them, ensuring that the magic of imagination would continue to flow through the wizarding world for generations to come. Story 4. The first sign that something was amiss at Hogwarts came when the Ravenclaw Tower suddenly decided to relocate itself to the opposite side of the castle during breakfast. Students watched in amazement as the ancient stone structure gracefully detached itself and floated across the morning sky, settling into its new position with a gentle rumble that shook teacups in the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall's Patronus found Harry Potter and Hermione Granger within minutes of each other. The castle, her message said simply, is trying to tell us something when they arrived. Hogwarts was in a state of beautiful chaos. The enchanted staircases moved with newfound purpose, creating elaborate patterns that seemed almost like writing in the air. Portraits had begun speaking in ancient languages, their usual chatter replaced by what Hermione recognized as early Celtic dialects. Most disturbing of all, students had started disappearing only to reappear hours later in sealed rooms they swore hadn't existed before, with no memory of where they'd been. It's as if the castle is rearranging itself, Hermione mused, watching as a corridor slowly twisted itself into a new configuration. But why now? The answer came from an unexpected source. Luna Lovegood, who had been teaching advanced magical creatures, appeared holding an ancient star chart. The cosmic convergence, she said, her dreamy voice carrying an unusual urgency. It happens once every millennium. The last time was during the Founder's era, in the headmistress's office. McGonagall revealed that the castle's behavior had begun exactly at midnight. The portrait started showing us these, she said, gesturing to a series of images that had appeared beneath each frame, intricate symbols that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. Hermione's eyes widened with recognition. These aren't just symbols, she whispered. They're memories. The castle's memories. For centuries, Hogwarts had absorbed the magic of countless spells, emotions, and events. Now, as the cosmic convergence approached, the castle had awakened to warn them. Through the combined efforts of Hermione's research and Luna's intuitive understanding of magical phenomena, they began to decipher the castle's message. The convergence would temporarily weaken the barriers between magical dimensions. Hogwarts, they discovered, wasn't just a school, it was a linchpin, a focal point where multiple magical dimensions intersected. The founders had chosen this location precisely for that reason, building the castle as both a school and a fortress to protect our dimension from others less benign. As the days progressed, the castle's behavior became more erratic. Rooms appeared containing glimpses of other worlds, forests where the trees grew upside down, corridors that echoed with songs in languages no human had ever spoken, chambers where gravity worked sideways. Students had to be evacuated as the very fabric of reality began to twist around Hogwarts. Harry, Hermione, and McGonagall established a command center in the Great Hall, which the castle had thankfully left stable. Luna worked with the portraits, translating their ancient messages, while Neville Longbottom, now herbology professor, reported that plants in the greenhouses were responding to magic from other dimensions, growing into impossible shapes. The castle isn't just warning us, Luna announced one evening after a particularly intense session of translation. It's trying to teach us how to help. The solution, when they finally understood it, was both complex and beautiful. The founders had designed Hogwarts not just as a school, but as a living magical instrument. The moving staircases weren't merely for convenience. They were part of an enormous magical circuit. When properly aligned, the castle itself could generate a protective field strong enough to stabilize the dimensional boundaries. But there was a catch. The castle needed conscious guidance, a group of wizards and witches who could synchronize their magic with the ancient spells woven into its very stones. The founders had done this during the last convergence, passing their knowledge down through the portraits. Now, a new generation would have to take up the task. On the night of the convergence, as an aurora of impossible colors danced across the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, Harry, Hermione, McGonagall, and Luna took their positions at 4 key points of the castle. The staircases moved of their own accord, creating a 3-dimensional mandala of stone and magic. The portraits chanted in unison, their voices carrying the weight of centuries. Through the castle's memories, shared through the portraits, they learned the intricate spellwork required. It wasn't just about power, it was about harmony, about understanding the castle as a living entity and working with it, rather than trying to control it. As the convergence reached its peak, reality itself seemed to flutter. Through windows and walls, they caught glimpses of other dimensions pressing against their own, some beautiful, some terrifying, all seeking to flow into our world through the weakened barriers. The castle trembled as Harry, Hermione, and their companions cast the Founder's spell in perfect synchronization. The moving staircases spun faster, creating a vortex of magical energy. The castle's own consciousness, accumulated over a millennium of magical education, rose to join them. For a moment, every stone in Hogwarts glowed with inner light. The magic of countless generations of students and teachers, stored within the castle's walls, surged forth to reinforce the dimensional barriers. The castle itself seemed to sing, a deep resonant note that vibrated through reality itself. When it was over, Hogwarts settled back into its normal configuration, though perhaps normal was relative for a magical castle. The staircases resumed their usual whimsical movement, the portraits returned to their regular conversations, and the rooms that had shown other dimensions faded back into their familiar forms. But something had changed. The castle felt more alive, more aware. Students would later swear that it responded more directly to their needs, as if their millennium-old magical school had finally found its voice. In the days that followed, as students returned and classes resumed, Hermione worked with the portraits to record everything they'd learned about Hogwarts' true nature. The castle had more secrets yet to share, more lessons to teach about the deep magic that governed their world. And sometimes late at night, when the corridors were quiet save for the footsteps of prefects on patrol, you could feel the castle's contentment of ancient consciousness, no longer sleeping, watching over its charges with the accumulated wisdom of 1,000 years of magic. Story 5. The Scottish Highlands had always been steeped in magic, but the ancient stone circle atop Raven's Peak thrummed with a power that made even the most seasoned wizards uneasy. For centuries, the McGregor clan had stood guard over this nexus of magical energy, passing down their sacred duty from generation to generation. Now, as Fiona McGregor stood before her father's fresh grave, the weight of that legacy pressed down upon her like the heavy Highland mist. The dreams had started the night of her father's mysterious death. At first, they seemed like ordinary nightmares, shadows moving against shadows, whispers and languages too old for human tongues. But when owls began arriving from across Britain, carrying reports of similar dreams affecting witches and wizards everywhere, Fiona knew the seal was weakening. In her father's study, a hidden compartment revealed a centuries-old grimoire, its pages filled with warnings about beings known only as the Anteriories, the Ancients. These entities had existed before wizardkind, before the founding of Hogwarts, perhaps before time itself. The McGregors had been tasked with maintaining the magical boundaries that kept them contained. As Fiona delved deeper into her family's history, an unexpected ally emerged. In the village's small wizarding pub, the Crow's Nest, she found a dust-covered portrait of Albus Dumbledore, apparently commissioned during his last year of life, but never collected. The painted Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with their familiar wisdom as he shared what he knew of the ancients. "They are not what we thought them to be," he explained, his long fingers steepled thoughtfully. "The earliest wizards feared them. Yes, but fear often masks misunderstanding. The ancients exist in a state of pure magical potential, neither good nor evil, but capable of reshaping reality itself, before Fiona could learn more, a team of young Aurors arrived at Raven's Peak, led by James Potter II. Reports of mass magical disturbances had drawn the Ministry's attention. Dreams were leaking into reality, people levitating in their sleep, spontaneous transfigurations, children speaking in forgotten tongues. The seal isn't just weakening, Fiona realized as she showed them the stone circle. It's evolving. Ancient runes carved into the stones had begun to change, rearranging themselves into new patterns. The magic that had bound the ancients for centuries was adapting, responding to something. But what? The answer came from an unexpected source. A group of cultists calling themselves the Awakened had been tracking these changes across Britain. They believed the ancients were not prisoners to be contained, but teachers waiting to be understood. Their leader, a former unspeakable named Corvus Black, had spent decades studying similar magical anomalies around the world. The dreams aren't an attack, Black explained when they finally tracked him down. They're an attempt at communication. The ancients exist in a state of pure magical potential. They don't think in words or images, but in possibilities. As if to confirm his words, the dreams intensified. Wizards across Britain began experiencing not just visions, but expansions of their magical abilities. Spells evolved in unexpected ways. Children demonstrated forms of wandless magic that should have been impossible. The Ministry wanted to reinforce the seal, but Fiona, guided by Dumbledore's portrait and her own growing understanding, proposed a different approach. The stone circle wasn't meant to imprison the ancients, it was meant to serve as a bridge, a way to communicate with them safely. On the winter solstice, when the magical currents were strongest, Fiona gathered an unlikely alliance at Raven's Peak. Ministry Aurors stood beside reformed cultists. The portrait of Dumbledore had been carefully transported to oversee the proceedings. Together, they would attempt something never before tried: a conscious, controlled opening of the seal. The ritual began at midnight. The stone circle blazed with ethereal light as Fiona, channeling generations of McGregor magic, began to carefully unwrap layers of ancient spellwork. The ancients responded immediately. The air itself seemed to vibrate with possibility. What emerged wasn't the horror her ancestors had feared, but something far more profound. The ancients existed as pure magical potential, the raw stuff of creation itself. Through the carefully controlled connection, they began to share knowledge that would revolutionize the understanding of magic. The dreams that had frightened so many were actually glimpses of magical evolution, new ways of understanding and using the power that flowed through all magical beings. The ancients hadn't been trying to break free. They had been trying to help wizardkind prepare for the next step in magical development. In the months that followed, Raven's Peak became a center of magical research and learning. The stone circle, under the McGregors' continued guardianship, served as a regulated conduit for communicating with the ancients. Young witches and wizards came from around the world to study this pure form of magic, learning to shape spells in ways the founders of Hogwarts could never have imagined. Fiona often stood at her father's grave, sharing news of each new discovery. The McGregor legacy hadn't been about imprisonment at all, it had been about preparation, about maintaining the bridge until wizardkind was ready to understand what waited on the other side. And sometimes in the quiet hours before dawn, when the Highland mist wrapped around the stone circle like a protective cloak, Fiona would sit with Dumbledore's portrait, discussing the nature of magic itself. The old headmaster's painted eyes would twinkle as he reminded her of something he had learned long ago, that love, understanding, and wisdom were the greatest forms of magic of all. The ancients remained a mystery in many ways, but they were no longer feared. They had become teachers, guides to a deeper understanding of the magic that bound all things together. And in the end, that was perhaps the greatest transformation of all, not of magic itself, but of how wizardkind understood its place in the grand tapestry of existence. Story 6. The autumn wind whispered through the broken windows of Wool's orphanage, carrying with it memories of darker days. Harry Potter stood before the dilapidated Victorian building, his aura robes billowing in the breeze, as his emerald eyes traced the familiar outline he had once seen in Dumbledore's pensive. 20 years had passed since the Battle of Hogwarts, yet some shadows refused to fade into history. The first detection had come 3 days ago, a surge of ancient magic so powerful it had shattered every monitoring charm in the Ministry's detection department. Now, standing before the orphanage's rusted gates, Harry could feel it a familiar resonance that made his old scar tingle, not with pain, but with an unsettling recognition. Anything? Ron's voice came from behind him, wand at the ready. Even after all these years as head auror, Harry still preferred having his best friend by his side during the most crucial investigations. "It's different," Harry murmured, raising his wand, "not like before, but similar." Like an echo, the protective spells he cast shimmered in the air before dissolving into the building's weathered facade. No resistance unusual for a site of such powerful magical activity. They entered through the main door, their footsteps echoing on rotting floorboards. The interior was a maze of peeling wallpaper and broken furniture, frozen in the amber of abandonment. Harry's illuminated wand tip revealed children's drawings still clinging to the walls, their colors faded to ghostly impressions. As they climbed to the second floor, the magical resonance grew stronger. Harry recognized the corridor, the same one where Dumbledore had first met Tom Riddle. The air grew thick with magic, making it difficult to breathe, as if time itself was condensing around them. Then they heard it, a child's voice, clear as crystal, coming from behind a closed door. "I can make things move without touching them. I can make animals do what I want without training them. I can make bad things happen to people who are mean to me." Harry's blood ran cold. He knew those words. The door creaked open at his touch, revealing a small room with a narrow bed. Sitting on it was a boy of 11, dark-haired and pale, wearing a neat but threadbare orphanage uniform. Tom Riddle looked exactly as he had in the memory, but his presence was impossibly real. "Professor Dumbledore?" The boy's eyes narrowed as he took in Harry and Ron. "You're not him." Before either could respond, the air shimmered, and suddenly there were 2 Tom Riddles in the room, the child and a teenage version wearing Slytherin robes, a prefect badge gleaming on his chest. Then another shimmer brought a young man in Borgin and Burke's robes, handsome, but with that familiar cruel glint in his eyes. Finally, a 4th manifestation appeared. Tom Riddle as he must have looked just before his transformation into Lord Voldemort, his features sharp and distorted, but not yet inhuman. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed, raising his wand. "Time magic," Harry said, his mind racing. He must have left some kind of anchor here, a temporal fail-safe in case he fell. The 4 Riddles moved in perfect synchronization, each drawing a wand, even the youngest, who shouldn't have had one yet. Harry felt the weight of prophecy settling on his shoulders once more. Of course, it wouldn't be over. It was never truly over. "Interesting," the prefect Riddle spoke, his voice smooth as silk. "Harry Potter, we've heard whispers, even here in our temporal pocket. The boy who lived. To become head auror, the boy who killed us," the oldest Riddle hissed, his features twisting with rage. But it was the youngest Riddle who caught Harry's attention. Unlike the others, he showed no recognition, no hatred, only curiosity, and that desperate loneliness Harry remembered from his own childhood. "We don't have much time," the Borgin and Burke's Riddle announced. "The convergence is nearly complete. Soon we will merge, and this time, our power will be absolute. No prophecy child can stop the combined might of our 4 selves." Harry felt the familiar calm of battle settling over him. But as he prepared to fight, a new thought struck him, one that would have never occurred to him 20 years ago. "Tom," he addressed the youngest Riddle directly, "before you make this choice, there's something you should know about your mother." The other Riddles raised their wands, But the boy's curiosity won out. What about her? She loved you, Harry said simply. Enough to die for you. Just like my mother died for me. The difference is what we chose to do with that love. The youngest Riddle's eyes widened, and for a moment, Harry saw something flicker across his face: doubt, longing, possibility. The temporal magic swirled around them, time itself seeming to hold its breath. The next few minutes were chaos. Spells flew in every direction as Ron engaged the prefect and Borgin and Burke's Riddle, while Harry dueled the proto-Voldemort. But through it all, Harry kept talking to the youngest Riddle, telling him about Merope Gaunt, about choices, about the possibility of being more than what fear and pain make of us. The temporal magic began to destabilize, the walls of the orphanage trembling. The older Riddle's spells grew more desperate, more deadly. But the youngest Riddle remained still, watching, listening. "You're lying," he said finally, but his voice wavered. "No one could love me. I'm different. I'm special," Harry finished. "Yes, you are. But not because you can hurt people. Because you have the power to choose differently." The boy looked at his older selves, seeing his future written in their twisted features and hateful eyes. Then he looked at Harry, who had lowered his wand despite the battle raging around them. "What if," the boy whispered, "what if I don't want to become them?" The temporal magic surged, responding to this fracture in certainty. The other Riddles screamed in rage and fear as their forms began to waver. The youngest Tom stepped away from them, toward Harry, and the timeline shuddered. "That's impossible," the proto-Voldemort shrieked. "We cannot change what we are." "But that's where you're wrong," Harry said quietly. "That's where you've always been wrong." The youngest Riddle reached out, not to take Harry's hand, but to make his own choice. The temporal magic imploded, pulling the older Riddles into a vortex of time and possibility. Their screams faded into silence, leaving only the boy, but even he was growing transparent, fading like a dream at dawn. "Will it hurt?" he asked, looking at his disappearing hands. "Dying? No," Harry answered, remembering a conversation on a spectral King's Cross platform. "It's easier than falling asleep." The boy nodded, a small, genuine smile touching his lips, perhaps the first and only real smile Tom Riddle ever gave. Then he was gone, taking with him the weight of what might have been. In the aftermath, as ministry officials swarmed the orphanage, Harry stood in the small room where it had all happened. The temporal magic had dissipated, taking with it any trace of Riddle's fail-safe. But something had changed, not in the timeline, which remained as it was, but in Harry's understanding of it all. "You okay, mate?" Ron asked, placing a hand on his shoulder. Harry nodded slowly. "You know, all these years, I thought defeating him was about power or love or prophecy. But maybe it was always about choices. Every version of him chose fear and power. Every version, except, maybe, that last one. But nothing changed," Ron pointed out. "History's still the same." "Yes," Harry agreed, touching his scar thoughtfully. "But somewhere, in somewhen, an 11-year-old Tom Riddle made a different choice. And maybe that's enough." As they left Wool's orphanage for the last time, Harry felt lighter, as if setting down a burden he hadn't known he was carrying. The autumn wind still whispered through the broken windows, but its song had changed from a lament to a lullaby, singing of choices unmade and futures unwritten, of the endless possibility in a single moment of grace. Story 7. The nightmare began like all the others that had plagued Harry Potter over the past month. The Department of Mysteries stretched before him, its dark corridors illuminated by the ethereal glow of countless souls drifting like lost stars in an endless void. But tonight was different. Tonight, a familiar voice cut through the darkness. "Hello, cousin of my heir." Harry spun around to find himself face to face with Regulus Black, looking exactly as he had in the old photograph creature, once treasured, young, proud, but with eyes that had seen too much. Unlike the other spirits that haunted Harry's dreams, Regulus appeared solid, almost real. "This isn't just a dream, is it?" Harry asked, his hand instinctively reaching for a wand that wasn't there. "No, Harry Potter," Regulus replied, his voice echoing with supernatural resonance. "Your scar, the mark left by death itself, it has become a beacon for those of us caught between worlds. And we need your help." The scene shifted, and they were standing in the Chamber of Lost Souls, a previously unknown room deep within the Department of Mysteries. Regulus gestured to the walls, where wispy figures swirled in ancient containment vessels. "They're coming for us, Harry. The ones who never truly accepted defeat. They've found a way to corrupt the Resurrection Stone's power. They're not just bringing back the dead, they're twisting souls into weapons." Harry woke with a start, his scar tingling not with pain, but with an otherworldly chill. Ginny stirred beside him, but he was already moving, sending his Patronus to Ron and Hermione with a message he never thought he'd have to send again: the Department of Mysteries. Now, within an hour, the three friends stood in the Ministry's empty atrium, their footsteps echoing off marble walls. Despite the years that had passed, they moved together with practiced precision, as if they had never stopped being the teenagers who once fought Death Eaters in these very halls. "You're sure about this?" Hermione asked, her wand illuminating their path as they descended into the department's depths. "A message from Regulus Black?" "As sure as I was about Snape's memories," Harry replied. "Something's stirring down here, something that shouldn't be." They found the chamber exactly as it had appeared in Harry's dream. Ancient soul vessels lined the walls, their contents swirling like liquid moonlight. Hermione immediately began examining the magical seals while Ron secured the perimeter. "These containment spells," Hermione muttered, "they're weakening." "But that's impossible. They're tied to the Ministry's very foundations." A cold laugh echoed through the chamber. "Nothing is impossible with the right sacrifice." Rodolphus Lestrange stepped from the shadows, flanked by three hooded figures. In his hands, he held what appeared to be a crude reconstruction of the Resurrection Stone, pulsing with sickly green light. "The great Harry Potter," he sneered, "always arriving just in time to witness history. Do you know what happens when you combine a corrupted Resurrection Stone with the essence of history's most powerful wizards?" The soul vessels began to crack, leaking ethereal mist that coalesced into recognizable forms. Dumbledore, twisted and wrong. Snape, his usually stern face contorted in agony. Dozens of others, all legendary wizards and witches, their spirits bound and corrupted. An army of inferi, Lestrange continued, powered by the greatest magical minds in history. "The Dark Lord may have fallen, but his vision will live on through." A blasting curse from Ron cut him off, but the spell passed harmlessly through him. "Did you think we wouldn't plan for that?" Lestrange laughed. "We're not really here, but they will be." The corrupted souls began to take physical form, their bodies materializing like dark mirrors of their former selves. Harry felt his scar pulse as more spirits were drawn into the chamber, including one that made his heart stop. "Mom?" he whispered, seeing Lily Potter's soul begin to materialize among the others. "Harry, listen to me." Regulus's voice cut through the chaos, visible now among the swirling souls, but resisting the corruption. "The stone isn't just corrupting souls, it's binding them. But bonds can be broken." Understanding dawned on Harry's face. He raised his wand, not toward the forming inferi, but toward his own scar. "Hermione, remember how you said my scar might retain some properties of a Horcrux, that it might still be a connection to death itself?" "Harry, no," Hermione shouted, realizing his intent. "The magical backlash could kill you." "Better me than them," Harry replied, thinking of Dumbledore, of Snape, of his mother, all of whom had sacrificed everything to give him a chance at life. "Besides, I've died before. It's not so bad," Before anyone could stop him, Harry pressed his wand to his scar and spoke the same words he had once used to save Ron from the locket. Expecto Patronum. Light exploded from his scar, not the silver white of a normal Patronus, but pure gold, like phoenix fire. The spell, powered by every happy memory Harry had ever made, every moment of love he had ever experienced, shot through his connection to death and into the corrupted resurrection stone. The chamber filled with blinding light as the stone shattered. The corrupted souls broke free, their forms returning to their natural state. Harry caught a glimpse of Dumbledore, twinkling eyes restored, nodding in approval. Snape, a hint of pride breaking through his usual stern expression. And his mother, radiating love as she had in the forest all those years ago. "Thank you, my son," Lily whispered as the souls began to fade. "We can rest now." As the light faded, Harry found himself on his knees, supported by Ron and Hermione. His scar had gone completely cold, truly just a normal scar at last. Lestrange and his followers lay unconscious on the floor, their remote viewing connection shattered along with the stone. In the chamber's center lay the fragments of their corrupted artifact, now just ordinary rocks. "Blimey, mate," Ron said, helping Harry to his feet. "You really need to stop dying to save everyone." "Technically, I didn't die this time," Harry replied with a weak smile. "Just redirected some wayward souls." Hermione was already examining the chamber's empty soul vessels. "The seals are restored. Whatever connection existed between your scar and death itself, I think you just closed it permanently." As Aurors arrived to take Lestrange and his followers into custody, Harry took one last look around the chamber. For a moment, he thought he saw Regulus Black among the last wisps of fading souls, offering a grateful salute before disappearing into whatever lay beyond. That night, for the first time in weeks, Harry slept without dreams of wandering spirits. His scar, no longer a connection to death, but simply a reminder of love's power, had finally fallen silent. As he drifted off, he smiled, knowing that somewhere beyond the veil, the lost souls had finally found their peace. In the Department of Mysteries, the Chamber of Lost Souls stood empty, but not abandoned. The soul vessels, now purified, glowed with a soft, warm light ready to guard their secrets until the next time they were needed, waiting for the next chapter in the endless story of magic's mysteries. Story 8. Snow fell softly on Godric's Hollow, each flake carrying memories of that fateful Halloween night. Harry Potter stood before his childhood home, now restored, but still bearing the invisible scars of that ancient sacrifice. In his hands, he held a small leather-bound book, its pages worn with time and stained with what looked suspiciously like potion ingredients. His mother's diary had been hidden within the walls of their old house, preserved by magic and waiting to be found. The discovery couldn't have come at a more crucial time. Across Britain, a new curse was spreading through magical families, targeting those of mixed blood with an efficiency that sent chills down Harry's spine. The victims didn't die instead. Their magic seemed to turn against them, becoming erratic and painful, as if their very essence was rejecting itself. "It's exactly as your mother described," Hermione said, pointing to a passage in the diary. "Listen to this. The pure blood supremacists have it all wrong. Magic isn't diluted by Muggle blood, it's enhanced by it. There's a reason the most powerful new wizards are often Muggle-born. Fresh blood strengthens the magical core, but someone is trying to twist this truth into a weapon." Harry traced his fingers over his mother's handwriting, feeling the echo of her determination in every word. She knew. All those years ago, she and the Order were working on something to protect Muggle-borns. The diary led them first to the ruins of the Potter family vault, where they found more of Lily's research notes hidden beneath a false bottom in an old jewelry box. The notes spoke of ancient magic, of blood wards and protection spells that went beyond anything taught at Hogwarts. But the next step in their journey proved more challenging. They needed to speak with Petunia Dursley. Harry found his aunt in her new home, a modest cottage far from Privet Drive. Age had softened her edges, though her lips still pursed at the sight of him. Yet when he explained about the curse and showed her Lily's diary, something changed in her expression. "She came to me," Petunia said quietly, "just before it happened. Said she needed a drop of my blood for some protection spell. I refused, of course. But she left me this from a locked drawer." She withdrew a tiny crystal vial containing what looked like a single drop of dried blood. "Said if anything ever happened to her, and you needed to protect people like her, this would help." The final piece of the puzzle lay in Hogwarts, in the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black. The former headmaster had been unusually cooperative when Harry explained the situation, perhaps because he had witnessed firsthand how pure blood mania had nearly destroyed his family line. "The curse of selective magic," Phineas explained, his painted eyes glinting with centuries of accumulated knowledge. "Created in the early days of pure blood supremacy. The founders themselves fought against it. Why do you think Hogwarts accepts all magical children regardless of blood status? The mixing of magical and non-magical blood creates a natural resistance to such dark magic. Your mother was brilliant to recognize this. Armed with Lily's research, Petunia's preserved blood, and Phineas's historical knowledge, Harry began to understand his mother's unfinished work. The protection she had given him, the old magic of sacrificial love, could be expanded, modified to protect not just one child, but all those threatened by blood-based curses. The ritual had to be performed at Godric's Hollow, where the original protection had been cast. As the winter solstice moon rose over the village, Harry stood in the ruins of his first home, surrounded by a complex array of runes drawn according to his mother's notes. "Are you sure about this?" Ron asked, standing guard while Hermione checked the rune configurations one last time. "Using your own protection, won't that leave you vulnerable?" Harry thought of his mother's sacrifice, of the love that had protected him all those years. "The protection did its job," he said softly. "It kept me alive long enough to defeat Voldemort. Maybe it's time to share it with others who need it." The ritual began as the moon reached its zenith. Harry added the drop of Petunia's preserved blood to a potion brewed according to Lily's recipe, then mixed in a drop of his own. As he spoke the incantation his mother had crafted, he felt the ancient protection in his blood stirring, awakening. The runes began to glow with an intense golden light, similar to the color he remembered from King's Cross Station during his brief visit to the space between life and death. The light spread outward in an expanding circle, passing through walls and barriers as if they didn't exist. Then came the pain, not sharp like the Cruciatus curse, but deep and pulling, like something essential was being drawn from every cell in his body. Harry gritted his teeth and continued the incantation, thinking of his mother's sacrifice, of all those suffering from the current curse, of every child who might face discrimination because of their blood status. As the ritual reached its crescendo, Harry felt a familiar presence, warm, loving, smelling faintly of flowers. For just a moment, he could have sworn he saw her standing before him, Lily Potter, proud and beautiful, completing the spell alongside him. The light flared blindingly bright, then settled into a gentle golden glow that seemed to permeate everything before slowly fading away. Harry collapsed to his knees, exhausted but triumphant. According to Hermione's monitoring spells, the ritual had worked. The protection in his blood had been transformed into a widespread shield against blood-based curses. In the days that followed, reports came in from across the country. The curse affecting mixed blood families dissipated, broken by the power of Lily's protection. More importantly, monitoring spells showed that an invisible barrier now existed in the magical bloodlines of Britain. Any future attempt to curse someone based on their blood status would be met with the same protective power that had once saved a baby boy from the killing curse. Harry returned to Godric's Hollow one last time, placing his mother's diary in a magical vault beneath the house. Future generations might need its wisdom again someday. As he stood in the garden where his family's story had both ended and begun, he felt at peace. His mother's work was finally complete, and her love would continue to protect others long after the boy who lived had become just another chapter in magical history. The snow continued to fall on Godric's Hollow, but now each flake seemed to carry not memories of tragedy, but promises of protection, each one touched by a mother's love that refused to die. That transformed instead into something greater, a shield for all those who might face hatred for the simple fact of who they were born to be. Story 9. The black feather fell from the sky like a tear in the fabric of reality, landing silently on the cobblestones of Diagon Alley. Harry Potter picked it up, feeling an unsettling familiarity in its ethereal warmth, so like Fawkes's feathers, yet fundamentally wrong. Above him, witches and wizards were collapsing mid-stride, their magic flickering like dying candles before guttering out completely. The attacks had begun 3 weeks ago. Random, seemingly unconnected incidents where magical folk temporarily lost their powers. Each victim reported the same thing: the sight of a black phoenix, its wings spread against the sun like an eclipse, before their magic vanished. Another one? Hermione asked, emerging from the newly established crisis center in what had once been Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Her hair was frazzled from hours of research, her eyes bright with the intensity of unsolved mystery. Third one today, Harry confirmed, carefully storing the feather in a containment charm. But this time, we got here faster. The magical residue might still be traceable, using a series of detection spells developed specifically for this crisis. Harry and Hermione followed the trail of disturbed magic through London's hidden magical thoroughfares. The path led them to an unexpected destination, the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, or rather, what remained of it after the Fiendfire incident during the Battle of Hogwarts. The room's magic had never quite recovered, creating a permanent door that led to a vast chamber of lost and broken things, the detritus of 1,000 years of magical education. But now, something new had taken residence among the ashes. It can't be, Hermione whispered as they entered the chamber. There, perched atop a mountain of charred furniture, sat a phoenix unlike any they had ever seen. Its feathers were the color of midnight, seeming to absorb the light around it. Where Fawkes had radiated warmth and hope, this creature emanated a deep primal power that made the air itself feel heavy with potential. I should have known you would find me eventually, Harry Potter, the voice came from behind them. Turning, they found themselves face to face with Albus Dumbledore's portrait, not hanging on a wall, but standing upright on an ornate easel, looking grimmer than Harry had ever seen him. Professor, Harry acknowledged. What is that creature? A mistake, Dumbledore's portrait replied heavily. One of my many. Years before I found Fawkes, I discovered an egg in the mountains of Tibet. A phoenix egg, but one that had been exposed to ancient, dark magic. Instead of destroying it, I brought it here, believing I could study it, understand it, perhaps even heal it. But some things are beyond healing. The black phoenix tilted its head, regarding them with eyes like wells of liquid shadow. As it moved, Harry felt the magic in the room fluctuate like waves on a disturbed pond. It doesn't destroy magic, Hermione realized suddenly. It purifies it. But why now? Why after all these years? Because the Room of Requirement was damaged, Dumbledore explained. The Fiendfire broke ancient containment spells I had placed. This phoenix, the Shadow Phoenix, believes it's doing what all phoenixes do. Healing, purifying, cleansing. But its understanding of purity has been twisted by dark magic. It sees the mixing of magical and non-magical blood as a corruption to be cleansed. The phoenix spread its wings, and Harry felt his own magic respond, resonating with something ancient and powerful. He remembered Ollivander's words about his wand sharing a core with Voldemort's both from Fawkes. Perhaps the connection gave him some insight into this dark reflection of his old friend's companion. "We can't destroy it," Harry said, lowering his wand. "It's still a phoenix, still a creature of light, no matter how corrupted." "No," Dumbledore agreed. "But perhaps we can heal it, as I failed to do all those years ago." What followed was one of the strangest and most beautiful pieces of magic Harry had ever witnessed. Following Dumbledore's instructions, they began to sing not Phoenix song, but a counter-melody, a harmony that acknowledged the darkness while offering a path back to light. The Shadow Phoenix listened, its head cocked to one side. Then slowly, it began to kin a sound of such profound sorrow that tears ran down Harry's face. He understood suddenly that the creature had been in pain all these years, trying to heal itself the only way it knew how. Fawkes appeared in a burst of flame, summoned perhaps by the song or by the presence of his dark counterpart. The two phoenixes regarded each other, light and shadow, healing and purification, two sides of the same magical coin. Then Fawkes began to cry, his healing tears falling onto the Shadow Phoenix's feathers. Where they landed, the midnight black began to shift, not to Fawkes's brilliant red and gold, but to a deep iridescent blue like the sky at dusk. The magic that had been stripped from the victims began to return, flowing back through the magical ley lines of Britain, like water finding its level. The Shadow Phoenix's feathers continued to change until it looked like a creature of twilight rather than darkness, neither light nor dark, but something in between. "Everything in balance," Dumbledore's portrait said softly. "Even the purest light casts shadows, and even the deepest darkness contains a spark of light." The newly transformed phoenix launched itself into the air, circling once around Harry before landing on his shoulder. Its touch felt like sunset, warm but fading, powerful but gentle. "What will you do with it?" Hermione asked. Harry reached up to stroke the phoenix's twilight feathers. "The same thing Dumbledore did with Fawkes, give it a chance to choose its own path. But this time, we'll help it heal properly." The phoenix trilled softly, not the triumphant song of Fawkes, nor the sorrowful keen of its shadow form, but something new, a melody of twilight, of balance found after long darkness, of wisdom earned through pain and healing. As they left the room of requirement, Harry couldn't help but smile at the thought of future Hogwarts students catching glimpses of two phoenixes circling the castle towers, one brilliant as dawn, the other beautiful as dusk, together maintaining the delicate balance of magic itself. The portrait of Dumbledore watched them go, twinkling proudly at his former student who had once again found a way to solve a problem with love rather than destruction. Some mistakes, it seemed, could be healed rather than erased, if only one had the wisdom to try. Story 10. The full moon hung like a silver curse above the forbidden forest, but it wasn't the moon that made Teddy Lupin's skin crawl. Something was wrong with the night itself. As head Auror Harry Potter's most trusted investigator, he had tracked reports of werewolves transforming outside the lunar cycle to this ancient woodland. Now, watching a pack of fully conscious transformed werewolves moving with deadly precision through the trees, he understood why Harry had sent him specifically. His metamorphagus abilities rippled beneath his skin in response to the magical disturbance, something inherited from his father's curse mixing with his mother's gift. The werewolves below moved nothing like the mindless creatures he had studied in defense against the dark arts. These were hunters with human intelligence behind their amber eyes. "Quite a sight, isn't it?" The voice came from behind him, smooth as silk and just as deadly. The next evolution of our kind. Teddy turned to find a woman standing in the moonlight, her silver hair reflecting the lunar glow. "Artemis Blackmane," he said, recognizing the notorious werewolf rights activist who had disappeared 6 months ago. "So this is where you've been. We found a way to control it, Teddy," she said, gesturing to the pack below. "No more losing our minds to the beast." No more monthly torture. True harmony between human and wolf. The pack moved with supernatural grace through the forest, their fur shimmering with traces of the magic that allowed their transformation. Teddy could sense the power radiating from them, old magic, wild magic, twisted into something new and dangerous. How? He asked, though he already suspected the answer. The old ways, Artemis smiled. The ones the ministry tried to suppress. Did you know that the first werewolves were shapeshifters who chose their curse? The moon's tyranny came later, a punishment from those who feared our power. She held out her hand, revealing a small silver amulet inscribed with ancient runes. Join us, Teddy. You're already halfway there, caught between forms like all of us. We can show you how to embrace both sides of your nature. But Teddy had noticed something. His metamorphagus senses were uniquely suited to detect the subtle wrongness in the werewolves' transformations, the way their magic seemed to be unraveling at the edges. It's killing you, isn't it? This forced harmony? Artemis's smile faltered slightly. A few complications. Nothing we can't solve with time and more recruits. The power of the pack grows with each new member. That's why you're recruiting, Teddy realized. You need more magical energy to stabilize the transformation. You're not freeing werewolves, you're creating a magical pyramid scheme that's slowly draining everyone involved. Before Artemis could respond, a howl of pain split the night. Below, one of the werewolves had collapsed, its form flickering between human and wolf as magic sparked around it, like lightning. The sight triggered something in Teddy's memory, his father's research notes, preserved by Harry and given to him on his 17th birthday. My father spent years researching werewolf transformations, Teddy said, his hair unconsciously shifting to Remus's light brown. He believed the curse could be managed, but not by fighting it. The more you fight against wild magic, the more it fights back. The collapsed werewolf below was now writhing in agony as others gathered around, their own transformations beginning to destabilize. Artemis's calm facade cracked as she clutched her amulet, visible strain showing on her face. We can't go back to being slaves to the moon, she snarled, her features beginning to shift. I won't allow it. Teddy felt the pull of her magic, trying to force his own transformation, attempting to awaken the dormant traces of his father's curse in his blood. But his metamorphagus abilities gave him unique perspective on transformation. He could feel the natural flow of change magic, and what Artemis was doing was anything but natural. He drew his wand just as Victoire Weasley emerged from the trees behind Artemis, her own wand raised. As one of Street Mungo's most promising curse breakers, she had been tracking the magical signature of the werewolves' transformations. Teddy, the amulet, she called. It's channeling the transformation magic through some kind of corrupted moonstone network. The fight that followed was chaos. Artemis transformed, but her wolf form was unstable, flickering between human and beast as she attacked. The pack below was losing cohesion, some members reverting to normal werewolves while others seemed caught between forms. Working together, Teddy and Victoire began breaking the connection between the amulets, using his innate understanding of transformation and her curse-breaking expertise. With each broken link, more werewolves reverted to their natural cycle, the forced transformations failing. Finally, only Artemis remained transformed, fighting against the inevitable reversion. You don't understand, she growled through a half-human mouth. We were so close to freedom. No, Teddy said softly, approaching her with his wand lowered. Freedom isn't about controlling the wolf. It's about accepting it as part of yourself. He began to change, not fighting his metamorphagus abilities, but flowing with them, demonstrating the natural way of transformation. His features shifted fluidly, showing wolf-like aspects while remaining fundamentally human. This is what my father never got the chance to discover, he continued. The curse can't be broken, but it can be balanced, not through force or ancient artifacts, But through acceptance, Artemis's transformation finally failed completely, leaving her human and exhausted. Around them, the other werewolves were recovering, their natural connection to the moon restored. In the aftermath, as Aurors arrived to help the affected werewolves, Teddy found himself staring at his reflection in a pool of moonlit water. His features had settled into a new configuration, not quite human, not quite wolf, but something in between that felt right for the first time in his life. Victoire joined him, taking his hand. "You know what this means, don't you? Your ability to control partial transformations. It could revolutionize how we help werewolves cope with their condition." Teddy nodded, thinking of his father, of all the werewolves who had suffered under the curse's tyranny. Perhaps this was his true inheritance, not the curse itself, but the key to living with it. The moon continued its journey across the sky, but its light seemed different, now not a curse, but simply part of the natural cycle of magic. In the forbidden forest, a new howl rose up, but this time it was a song of acceptance, rather than rage, of harmony found not through control, but through understanding. As Teddy and Victoire worked with the recovered werewolves, teaching them techniques to better handle their transformations, he felt closer to his father than ever before. Sometimes the greatest magic comes not from fighting against nature, but from finding your place within it, a lesson both father and son had learned in their own ways across the generations.